times you get to listen to it, and then you have to determine what Jesse Jackson said.
Just when he mumbles, he's like,
I'm gonna play it for you like 20 fucking times, and you're gonna have
okay, I'm sorry, I was not aware that this was.
No, that's okay. It's a new game. You've never heard it before.
No,
Well, in fact, let's say Violet. Hold on. Violet played in hour number 1. Violet, did you like the game? What the hell did Jesse Jackson say, or did you not like it?
No, I thought it was very engaging.
Yeah.
I've of course heard Jesse Jackson before, but I guess I just hadn't noticed how, as Yakov put it, mumbly, or JCC, I forgot, that I didn't realize that. So I found it fascinating, and like when I couldn't identify the second word in the second clip, I knew it was going to be a fun, challenging game. So I'm very interested at the top and the bottom of the hour.
Love that.
Is he drunk when he's recording these things, or just the way he talks?
No, but you said he's dead. You don't have the opportunity to ask him.
No, but people want to have a good idea, like people who knew him say, "Oh yeah, I was with him and he was perfectly fine."
Well, I can tell you, Jesse Jackson absolutely did drink. As to how much he drank and when he drank, I don't know. But,
were you drinking buddies?
No, I've never met the man.
Okay, gotcha.
I've never met the man. I've heard tape of him. I've seen tape of him, but I've never met the man. Well, welcome everybody. If you're in the audience and you want to come on up and talk about anything you want, we encourage you to do so. Let's take a look at our next news story here.
You've got time, Steve. I want to promote my new DVD.
You know what? I think it's fine. And let me just give the old disclosure. For those of you that do not want to give Benjamin 5 minutes to promote his new DVD, we encourage you to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand, come on up, and you too can have a fresh 5. But since nobody's doing that now, Benjamin, welcome to hour number 2. You get a fresh 5 starting now.
Well, available now wherever fine DVDs are sold. And 50% off with the code Uncle Steve is my new DVD, How to Live in an Islamic Country, that you will need very soon when Mandela becomes president. Or if you're in the UK, you're already halfway home. But or Germany, 3/4 of the way. So just to prepare you for that eventuality, I have prepared a DVD. It will cover all the topics you need to know. Now, one of the ones we didn't cover in the first hour is how to go on a date with your 9-year-old wife and the woman you want to be your second wife. Now, this can be awkward for people in the West, going on a date with their current wife and their next wife. So we touch on little things you can do to kind of cut the tension and ease the conversation a little bit without alcohol. You have to do this without alcohol, just to be clear. And that's really the hardest part, is to have that conversation without alcohol. But if you are contemplating living in an Islamic country, which if you're in any of the Western countries today, you already are, but you know it or not. Now, one of the things we cover is what to do if you want to leave Islam. Now, the DVD comes with a cyanide packet. The simplest thing to do if you want to leave Islam is just open the cyanide packet, tip your head back, pour that thing right down your pike, and you will have left Islam. Other ways to do it are to stop praying 5 times a day, and then your friends will kill you. That's a little messier, and it kind of leaves a stain on your friends. So, save your friends the time and effort and trouble, and just use the cyanide packet enclosed. Now only $19.99 today. Everywhere fine DVDs are sold. Use the code Uncle Steve. Thanks.
Thank you.
I got a question. Why are we in the 1990s? Like, isn't there an app you can download? Like,
listen, man.
The market you're targeting with DVDs is like 65 plus.
We're going to be in the 1690s. You're going to wish for the 1990s.
question, you get a legitimate answer. Would anybody on stage like a fresh five? Just unmute and say your first name. Okay. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please do. We'll go to our next, and somebody wants to come up. Good. The new speaker. I love it. We love the new speakers. Yes. Hello. Is it? Hi. Is it Moose or Moose Phosphorus? What is it?
This is Monsav.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My glasses are not on. Monsav, it's a pleasure to see you. How are you?
I'm good, man.
You get a fresh five, baby. Go.
You should have ran with Moose there, Monsav. You should have stuck with that.
I recognize the voice. Yeah, go ahead, Monsav.
No, I just logged in. You know, I guess you don't like me to speak about other people, but
No, actually, we are like the Constitution. We are a living, breathing document. It is okay now to mention prior speakers. You can engage with prior
speech
speakers.
that I heard, I hope it was a joke, because that's basically hate speech. I mean, there is 2.4 billion people in the world.
Are you talking about Benjamin's new DVD?
Yeah, I hope
Go
it's
ahead.
a joke. But then again, making a joke based on ethnicity or religious beliefs and all that's never a good thing. So I hope we steer away. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your room, but you don't want anyone to come here and say, hey, I'm going to make a joke about Jews and all that, or Christians or Mormons or whatever. That's,
Well, that's a good point, and that's why I give the disclosure that if you do not want Benjamin to have his fresh five, do not raise your hand. Do not be bold, brave, and courageous. Do not come on stage. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a free country. I think everybody's allowed to their own opinion.
The more people that speak, the less time Benjamin has to speak. That's just basic physics.
That's right. Well, I mean, he's allowed to his 5 minutes, whatever. It's just that kind of speech that just, promotes hatred. It promotes also false things. I travel a lot, and I've been to a lot of Muslim countries. None of the stuff that he's talking about. Yeah, people do marry more than one wife. A very small minority. So do Mormons in Utah.
I was just going to say they do that in Utah, yeah.
Yeah. The 9-year-old crap is really, really old because the whole argument is that the prophet married a 9-year-old. That was like 1,400 years ago.
Yes.
And I guarantee you that people in, Europe and Germany and all that were marrying, kings were marrying, young wives at 11 years old. If you do it right now, you'll go straight to jail.
This is true.
About leaving, I'm talking about in those countries. If you do shit like that, you go to jail. About if you try to leave the religion, they're gonna kill you, and that's again. So whatever. Unless you are in Afghanistan, I guess. But Afghanistan is a small kind of. They don't even do that. So generalizing stuff like that, like in if someone is mad at this, then you'll have the Muslims talking about Jews and this, that in the afternoon, and then you have Jews talking about, the Mormons in the evening. That's just not right. That's all.
I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to say, it was supposed to be funny. And Steve, when you asked if anybody wanted to unmute and say anything before we got the new speakers, I just couldn't get to my mic fast enough to say.
I'm sorry, Violet.
Benjamin's comic personality, I wish he'd go back to his professor personality. The joke is supposed to be funny. That's very true. It's supposed to be. Yeah, but I kind of wish he'd go back to Professor Benjamin instead of Comic Benjamin, because I really think if he was on Johnny Carson, Johnny would be going, oh, wow.
Crazy. No, but I don't know if I have any minutes left. I'll just leave my
good.
topic that I wanted to bring up is the latest poll numbers for the president.
I think he's at about a 66-67% disapproval rate, right?
Yeah, it's the pretty much at 32%. It's the lowest level.
Yeah, it's one third, two third. Yeah.
of any president in history. And I don't know how we got. I mean, I know how we got here. I don't know how people have voted for this. I guess they are reacting to what they see, and it's not working for them. That's why the approval numbers are low. But I just wanted to say, I mean, it doesn't paint a good picture for us going forward. I think the upcoming November elections are going to be monumental for the Republicans, which you already are hearing Trump talking about. Hey, every president, when they win the presidency, somehow the party loses in the midterm. That's not always true. Where's Scott? Scott, he can confirm that. Does every like whenever we have a president, like a Republican president, the midterms are
generally speaking, the midterms in the House, the party switches.
I think it didn't happen after 9/11. But it rarely, almost always.
And that's when President Bush had a 90% approval rating when he gave that speech before both houses of Congress that was televised around the world after 9/11. His approval rating was at about 90%. Yes.
That's true. So, kind of making that the loss in November would be palatable and completely normal that we lose and that the Republicans lose. It's already been the point of argument of the president. It's like, hey, it's completely normal. When you win the presidency, you lose the midterm.
Well, I'm predicting right now the Republicans in the House have a three-seat advantage. It was 4. And then one of my favorite Congressman, Kevin Kiley in Northern California, he left the Republican Party. He is now an independent. In fact, I believe he's the only independent in Congress. But my crystal ball, my opinion, is that after the midterms, you are going to see a 20-seat switch. You are going to see the Democrats gain 20 seats in the House. But again, just my crystal ball, which has been wrong before.
Also, Bill Clinton in 1998 in the midterms, I think he picked up a few seats.
Also, is the last president, and that was like 40 years ago, to submit a balanced budget. Forget about just a budget, a balanced budget. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad.
Uncle Steve, Benjamin wanted to defend his honor. He was insulted.
Okay, we'll tell you what. I will. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Come on,
No. I'm going to give Benjamin 2 minutes to defend his honor, and then it's time for what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Go ahead, Benjamin.
2 minutes. Okay, well.
Or you can wait till after what the hell did Jesse Jackson.
No, I just need 2 minutes.
There you go.
I just want to address the snowflake here. Sorry for breaking your ears. I just want to point out that if it was wrong to criticize other religions, there wouldn't be any religions in the world because every religion seems to criticize the other religions. The Islams, by the way, if you're an infidel, that's a person who doesn't believe in Islam. The instructions are to kill you. Now, my instruction so far is selling a DVD for $19.99. I don't know if that's equivalent to killing you. I mean, I do include a
You're not defending yourself. You're reselling.
I do include a cyanide packet in there, but that's a very specific.
It's true. You're not defending yourself. You're reselling.
Which is to help you, leave Islam safely and cleanly. But other than a little joke here and there, I don't know what you do if you actually read the text, the Quran that Mandami swore in on when he became mayor of New York. It says all kinds of awful things, and apparently you have no smoke for killing children and taking the sword to people based on their ethnicity or if they don't have a religion. No smoke at all for that you have. But for me, making a small joke and trying to sell, trying to put the dinner on the table for my family with my DVD, and you have nothing but smoke. You think it's the worst thing that ever happened to civilization. You think, the walls will crumble.
It's
It's not the contents of your comedy, Benjamin. It's the ill-formed
And I also
usage
noticed
of it. You
I
are not that
noticed
funny.
the accent change as well. But Benjamin, thank you. And now it's
You're
time.
welcome. You're welcome.
Okay. And
Remember,
now it's time
Uncle
for. And
Steve
now
is
it's time for.
supposed to get hot
I think his
My
rant
DVD
deserves a
forever,
wah,
my
wah,
DVD
wah.
All right. You got it. You asking you so. And now it's time for what the hell will Jesse Jackson say? So, Legalist, you're going to get a fresh 5 after we play the game. But Legalist, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Legalist going once, twice. Would you like to play the game or no?
I'm just trying
Okay,
to
that's
what it is.
okay. Okay, it's very simple. Do you want to play the game? Yes or no? If you want, you can listen. You can listen. You'll listen for now. I'm going in reverse order. Let's go to Smurf. Smurf, you'll get a fresh 5 in a bit. But right now, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Smurf.
Yeah,
Smurf. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Smurf, here we go. Listen up. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
All right, here's your very first clip. Good luck, everybody. Let me hasten to say today.
All right, Smurf, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's very clear. He said, let me hasten to stay today. That means hasten is
Yes!
Very
Yes!
good, Smurf.
Once again, when we played in hour number 1, Violet got it right off the bat. Let me hasten to say today. Man, you guys are going to make these first ones tougher. Very good, Smurf. Okay, we will come back to you for your fresh 5. Hang on just a second. I got to queue up the second to the last one, 1708. Hold on, please.
I think we should play what did Bobby Boucher say?
No big deal. I'll check into that. Okay, very good. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
No, I have to leave the stage. Sure. Still.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Let's go to Monsef. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse
I'll
Jackson say? Okay. So here we go, Monsef. It's on you. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Timmy Walnut, you're on 97.1.
Don't finish house.
We're built in his house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built this house.
No.
Okay. I didn't get it.
No, that's okay. That's okay. This is a tough one, y'all. This is a tough one. Okay, so let's go to Paul. Paul, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Paul going once. Paul going twice. Okay, Paul doesn't want to play. Benjamin, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Benjamin going once. Benjamin going twice. Okay, he doesn't want to play. Let's go to Benjamin. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We're built in his house.
No, wrong. Next.
Tim, little clue. The final word on this. Is he Asian? Was he doing an Asian character this weekend?
Hold on a second, guys.
Timmy Walnut, you're on 97.1.
Don't finish house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Sounds like a tap out.
Something like
Are you tapping out?
I don't tap out. I don't have that option. I didn't quite put the words together. But then he pointing out that best way to ruin your family is to cheat on your spouse, like Marlon's doing. I think that's what he was saying. Oh.
I know. Well, hold on. We're coming around. Alfonso, would you? Oh, no, we're coming around. Alfonso, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Alfonso going once. Alfonso going twice. Okay, let's go to Reverend Scott. Would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I would
Reverend
love
Scott.
to play. Yes.
Here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We're built in his house.
No, wrong. Next.
Tim, little clue. The final
here's your
word on
clue.
We keep playing the person answering.
I know.
Right, that's exactly right.
Don't finish house.
There you go. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Let's go.
I just
Played it.
I'll tell you what, Reverend Scott wants to play one more time. Here you go.
Yeah.
For example, let me take you to the Ronald Reagan Library. It's an historical site. See, there's that
Hold
inclination
on.
to say
We'll get it
historical,
going.
but really you should go.
We're built in his house.
No, wrong.
You keep playing person.
I know.
I got it.
Totally aborted, correct?
Right, that's exactly right. Don't finish house.
There you go. Okay, there we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Yes, I know it. You know, I'm doing this for the first time. I'm working things out. It'll be better next week, I promise. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I don't even know. I don't know what drug it is. I don't know. Uncle Steve, this is a fascinating game. It's what I love about my Uncle Steve. My Uncle Steve takes risks.
That's right. I take risks and I'm
Rolls
open
the
to
dice.
JCC, would you like to play?
If you can play that clip, I have no idea
I
what
will do my best. Here we go.
Timmy Walnut, you're on 97.1. Don't finish house.
There you go. Well, JCC, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I have no idea. Something about a high suit.
Yeah. No, that's wrong. Let's go to Yakov. Yakov, would you like to play What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Yeah, the first 3 times you played it, I thought you said we built this housing.
I'm gonna play it again for you if you want to play.
Yeah, one more time, sure.
Yeah, no, it normally takes at least 20 times before somebody gets it right. Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Man, I no friggin' clue.
No freaking clue, bro. Timmy Walnut, you're on 97.1. Don't finish house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's not we built this housing, so I don't know. I'm wrong, right?
The Reverend.
Yes, you are wrong. No. Okay, Violet, are
I'm
you ready? Yeah, Violet, hold on, let me set it up. I'm trying to get the criticism down to the minimum as possible. Just gotta set this up right. Okay, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Frank in North Hills, you're on 97.1. Don't finish house.
There you go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
If you don't finish high school,
Yeah!
How the hell did you get that?
Violet! If you don't finish high school, that is right.
it's still, I mean, your senses don't increase exactly, but you pay a lot more attention to the input from them than a sighted person does, is my theory.
But then
I'm just
also
used to
Violet's
tuning
heard
in.
it about 15
yeah,
times
that
before
too.
she guessed. Yeah, right. And she also heard other people get it wrong. So,
I heard the high part, but I didn't.
yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for playing. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? I show next in my queue, I show Smurf and then Legalist. Smurf, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about? Smurf,
I
going once.
come to this room for only one thing.
I know, to talk about where I live. Yeah.
I want to dock you, Steve, so that all your
You
all
dogs
your
away,
admirers
baby.
can come to Woodland Hills and stalk you at all the wonderful attractions of what you know what I'm going to ask. Now, in the section, you have a choice between the ass that you know,
Right.
and Nithya Raman, who is the ass that you don't. And Nithya, of course, is famous for allowing the most violent homeless to set up tents right outside public schools.
Yeah.
And Mayor Bass is, I'm not even going to go into it. So if you, and I'm done speaking, if you are forced to choose between one of those two,
Forced to choose between those two. I got to tell you, man, I'm going to write in Rick Caruso. For whatever reason, he chose not to run. I mean, if he would have put his hat in the ring, because he spent $100 million of his own money 4 years ago, and then he decided not to run this time. But if he would have run this time, forget lights out, he would be far and away it. I'm writing in Rick Caruso, even though it's a loser. I'll tell you this, I hate Mayor Bass. I can't stand. I don't like what she's done with homelessness. I don't like what she did with the fires, the way that she's handled crime. I don't like the way that she's handled the budget. I Go ahead. Yes, I've driven out to both of them at least once in my life. And for those of you that don't know, Palmdale and Lancaster is in the upper desert, about 15 miles north of Los Angeles. Palmdale is first, and then Lancaster is about 12 miles after that. Yeah, that's the 14 freeway. Yeah. I'm always honest. I never. The answer is no. I think you add to the content. You add both to the entertainment and educational issues in the show because you bring up stuff that nobody else brings up. You also bring it up in a very healthy add to the show. Now, maybe the rest of the mod squad differs. We can ask them if you want, but
Okay, the bottom line is you can easily buy thousands of empty acres in Palmdale and Lancaster for no money. Literally, for the price of one house in your neighborhood, you can buy thousands of acres.
Well, especially if there's no water pipes or natural gas pipes going to the land. Yes, that's true. Yes.
So the answer is, I've spec'd it out. You could build studio apartments for the homeless for $100,000 each there. And so the obvious answer is for the county of LA to build 100,000 little tiny studios and give those 100,000 studios in Palmdale to all the homeless.
Yeah, no. I'm going to nix that. I think that's 10 times too much because for $10,000, but can't you buy like pre-made 10 by 10 aluminum structures that you can just build right there for $10,000? You know what I'm talking about?
Your argument, but this is my scenario, and the difference between you and me is I am more generous and altruistic.
Okay, got it.
So I am conspicuously saying I want every LA homeless to live in a nice studio apartment for $100,000.
Okay.
But all of those studio apartments should be located in Palmdale and Lancaster.
Yeah.
And what that means is, I'll land my plane.
Yeah.
Under my plan, the standard of living of the homeless is at least a triple or a quadruple, because living in a home is better than living in a tent in Woodland Hills.
Right.
But obviously the people in Woodland Hills benefit because people in Woodland Hills won't keep getting stabbed by homeless under my plan. And then finally, and I'll land here, all the taxpayers of LA benefit.
Every time I go in there, he attacks me because Trump's doing so well. It's hysterical. He's so bitter.
He was reaching me at that.
Some more, by what measures Trump doing great? He did like me. I'm in the dark.
Yeah, like a good indicator here is just kind of like how the world is seeing the conflict. Not going to get worse before it gets better, but it's already past this rough patch. It's not like the off-ramp.
You compare not a victory and an off-ramp. Why are you looking for an off-ramp? I thought you said Trump was going to. Is a guaranteed victory for Trump? They're going to have a regime change.
No. I'm totally in favor of that. In fact, when I first suggested this, last year, I said throw them all into Death Valley. Okay, you're being a lot more gracious by doing Palmdale or Lancaster. But yes, I mean, if the homeless have a right, and I don't think they do, but if they have the right to pitch tents in our public parks where our children play and on the sidewalk where people walk and have businesses, then we should just put all of those tents, pick them all up, give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster or Death Valley, and let them set up shop there. And they've got, like you said, thousands of empty acres, and let them set up their tents there. I couldn't care less. There's 60 there's a good 60, 75 miles away from me. They can all be together. They can all shoot their heroin and morphine and fentanyl there. They can all die in their tents there, and then we can, take care of it that way. But I completely agree. Get them all off the streets in Woodland Hills, the San Fernando Valley, Van Nuys, Los Angeles. Give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster. Absolutely. I totally endorse that. Thank you, Smurf. And now we have Sue.
Real pipe dream to Smurf.
Oh.
Teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Tower on the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand.
You get 20,000 more votes. How are you going to overcome this large lead? How do you? He got 20,000 more votes than you in the primary. How are you going to overcome this large lead? How do you solve affordability for the world? CTU is a Puerto Rico organization that preys on the innocence of youth. Instead of educating students, the CTU hypnotizes, manipulates, and utilizes the youth as political and social media propaganda. Working there will strip off the orange part of bed and touch Chicago and Brandon Johnson, the CTU leadership.
Like dawn in my hands, soft but strong and I knew. Fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old neck broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all.
father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that was in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. East before thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Aftet boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name,
I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, to that one might be mine is the head of the hawk. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell
intimidate by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the want of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my dark, dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, triumph of the conquering Lord. Alright, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. If I am the voice for revenge, let it strike at my vision, by the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, the voices, everyone. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. All me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be
me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I told thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I told thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign. Even of none say it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I told thee. Mine is the garment of white soul. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or over the earth, on dry land, or of the air, on rolling air, or of rusty fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and
Matt Cool, yo Matt, what's up, man? Why aren't you doing your rooms? Like, please do one Trump room tonight. I'm creating AI music right now because listening to anybody on Clubhouse right now is like causing a migraine. I don't understand why people don't make music, play music, and if you bring up AI music or AI videos, like my former opponent, he calls it AI slop, and I'm like, it's not AI slop. It's called creative intelligence. Why the fuck do you think we're building 2,000 data centers across the country? It's not all about surveillance. Part of it is it's giving us an opportunity to be creative. But unfortunately, not many people are very creative. But you're a very creative person, Matt. And tonight, you will hold the ultimate Donald Trump bang room! Let the fight begin!
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save thee, of thee, O Lord. By the line I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of pain, and I wear by my robe sword of revenge and strike my teeth. By the sword I told thee. Voice of the fight and the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. longevity of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I invoke. Mine is the head of the
Okay, so this is a new playlist. I just created it. I hope you like it. This is all done through Suno and some magical poetry. I was explaining it to a guy named John Wayne last night, who's a regular at this bar. He's a magician, a musician. He didn't seem too impressed. Nobody's impressed with AI. I don't understand. It's like all we do is talk about AI, and then when we like actually use it, and then we get critique, people are like the harshest critics. So I guess that's life. This is called Wizard Banishing.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, air or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
The sign at each. I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one mighty
The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Practice of heartens the eternal inheritance and eternal loss.
And my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead.
it's white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the sick, 11 of the voices, Abraham cried. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of love, save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, flashing a bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For it is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham Abra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the sick. 11 other voices, Abraham Abra.
You're not being trying that.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name, O God, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmonious, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee.
on you!
Standing here at the beam, you can see everything reflected back at you. The sky.
Dragons of the deep, I am for thee. Thy secret name. I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. Magnificence of chest, the mystery of death. Thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike, strike the Knoxburg ore. Draw the flaming sword. Proud child and conquering Lord. Song and by thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name Tom, Hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, O beaten of the hidden masquerade of beautiful child, this hand is on the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee by thy name, Apollo. I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O
who will give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Comes up from is a flashing white, whiter than if all hell the morning. Thee I invoke. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thee I invoke. That was garmented of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. I invoke. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? I invoke. I invoke. Those menace hide the universe with nothing. The imperial glue. I invoke. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often mountain of the sea. I invoke. I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power. I invoke. Thou about whose presence is shed tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Questions for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, our taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending's Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $20 million to give to Cronin on. Profits to CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Broken the box, transparency now. It's getting tried. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a tax socialist. All taxation is affordability is a scam. Abortion, great love buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. It's getting tried. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Andy did. Hey, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a flag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. So free give to phony non-profits. The seed to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability
He's not a hypnotist, but he's a plastic medical.
is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public speaking, Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Really?
Just tell her no, and then like.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign to Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. Invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or in the earth, or on the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra. Alliteration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think the soil knitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee.
3 lines the garment of white, strung with gold. The flashing abide that I wear.
I my robe I invoke thee.
Shine is the sign of a prophet's untied. By the sign I invoke thee.
Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the liquor of the intimate air.
By my crown I invoke thee.
My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So after thee in thy cup of glory.
By my fingers I invoke thee.
I bear the wand of power in the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
In my dark blue waves of
In the storm that I sword I invoke thee.
The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abraham Abra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the 6,
11 of the voices, Abraham Abra.
strike
child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Why thy name, O God, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, my glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, by thy name, Tom, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight, I Haru, the cry, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. Drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus. I invoke thee. By thy name, Odin, I invoke thee. O warrior of the north, O renown of the shadows. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star. Behold, I stand in the midst of eyes, the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes, ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chisit, the mystery of love. Where I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering lord, Horus, Avenger. By the name of Ryan, Volpe, hawk of the sun, the glorious swan. By the name Harmonies, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name now I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name tongue, hawk of evil, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kipra, I invoke thee. Oh, beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy hermit crag, lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee. O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. Be by thy name Jeshua, child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy thee, I invoke. By thine own, thy secret name, holy thee, I invoke. The names are five. The names are six. 11 are the names. Behold, I stand in the midst line. Is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of jest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. By thine own, thy secret name, holy. By thine own, thy secret name, holy. By thine own, thy secret name, holy. The names are six. 11 are the names. And they had a grow.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, Avenger. By thy name name of Ra, I invoke the hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name of Baptist, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By thy name, Tom, hawk of the evening, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight, by thy Hippocrat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O fluid of fire. By thy name of Phoebus, that ridest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. Child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names. I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of chest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Proud child and conqueror. Glory, sun, and by thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
By thy name of Bacchus, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of
Beautiful child, stand the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee.
by thy name,
Apollo, I invoke thee.
O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father.
Because the dragons thy chariots through the heavens of Zeus. I invoke thee.
By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sun.
give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Those of them is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. That was garmented of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Hell, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Those menaced hiveth the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often potent of the sea. Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who contemplest all the 30 verse in one darkling sphere of
The synoptics and then John, right, throughout the Gospels, where like, you know, people, the first, I forget who was writing first, but whoever was writing first, like, thought Jesus became God at like his baptism or whatever, and then like the next writer like thought Jesus became God like at his birth or whatever, and then like the next, like, you understand what I'm saying? So like, you can see that. Yeah. These documents are not being written. They're not being written as like clear histories, right? They're being written as polemics that are trying to convince people of like correct theology, right? And B, you can see that like these authors are changing the facts to suit their narratives, to tell the story they want to tell, right? So like, it just seems like
by the way, so I still haven't gone very deep with Dave to fully understand the specific details and define nuances in his argument, right? So we need to set it efficiently, but kind of make just phrase it right and make an appeal to like, oh, you know, the majority of secular scholars can take like the hallucination theory because they think that the disciples didn't really see Jesus, but of course they hallucinated. Just leave it at that for the sake of this particular conversation about whether the resurrection is like them seeing Jesus as an embellishment or not from that regard. Or I don't know if Andrew, maybe Andrew knows how to like go further with like Dave's argument, because I still haven't gone very deep into the.
No, it's totally fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the embellishment thing. I think there's high Christology all throughout the Gospels. So I don't actually agree. I think there's
I should say that Mark's, the first Gospel of Mark actually has the higher Christology.
The highest Christology, yeah.
The highest Christology.
Well, yeah, but if you notice that one of the things that's just fascinating is that passages that are attributed to Yahweh are put on Jesus in the Gospels.
No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who has the highest, who has lowest Christology. It doesn't matter.
Well, you're trying to say there's a development from Matthew to
right, but it doesn't matter which way the arrow goes. It could be a development that these people thought Jesus became divine at like different points of his life. It doesn't matter that the first one he was divine for the longest. Right? You understand what I'm saying? As long as they have different theological points in mind, and they are changing the facts and or the narrative in order to suit like the pushing of that theological point, right? That's sufficient for my purpose.
I got you. My point is that each of the gods make a god.
Well, I think what you just said, you can see that in the Gnostics. I don't know about the Gospels per se.
Well, I think each one attributes, each one gives. What I mean by high Christology, I don't think at different points. I'm saying each of the Gospels portray Jesus as God. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, given the fact that they apply Yahweh,
you know the
Marina.
You can say it's just a claim. Well, actually, I don't agree. That the academic
He smashed
you're talking about
his face in the ground.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I think the criteria that you're using, the criteria.
Oh, but yeah,
you're using is you're talking about secular scholars who don't even believe in God. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about academic. So everyone in Western natural science, these guys are all they have a conversation. You really want to go down.
I don't think I need to rely on the scholarship because I can just tell you there are passages that are applied to Jesus from Yahweh.
Okay, so you're just going to give me your own deduction.
No, I'm not. I mean, you can just read it. Yourself.
No, but Andrew, we all read it. Like, yes, I can concede that all of them thought Jesus was God. My point is, when Jesus becomes God is different in all of the Gospels, right? So you're just saying that, like, you think they all thought Jesus was God.
Well, I mean,
I can agree to that.
Well, that's a separate point. I hear what you're saying. So on your point, I think that like so if we have Emmanuel, God with us, from his birth, that's pretty early for saying he's God.
people
You
are
know, there's a difference between God from eternity past and God when he was.
Define God doesn't need. The Bible does say Jesus is God. What are you talking about? Multiple places. Thomas at the end of John. Thomas says, Thomas at the end of John says, "My Lord and my God," talking to Jesus. So you can. And what?
What? So that can't be understood any other way except that way that you're saying. The segmentation of that sentence that could not mean by any chance that that is separate. That Jesus is the Lord and my God is in reference to actual God.
You can. But it's completely consistent with the rest of the Gospels, including John himself. When he says
some of these guys would be Hebrew, I'm assuming, at the time speaking. Now, why don't you translate that to Hebrew and see if that even
I don't know
could be applied?
Obviously, Greek scholars have translated these passages, I think, fairly, so I don't know what you mean.
I'm going to go by the Greek scholars, too, bro. I'm going to go by that.
And the Greek scholars did a good job. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
And I promise you, those Greek scholars do not understand God in the way that you're coming at it.
It doesn't matter. What do you mean? The way that I understand it. Yahweh is
defining God the same way we define Allah.
Before Abraham was, I am.
Right. These are another the way.
Well, you're bringing up these specious objections.
Andrew, I just want to say that to me this sounds like Hinduism, and Jesus is basically like Krishna. It's like a super deity, blue, gods. Like,
sorry.
He was trying to contribute. I mean, maybe he could have chosen a better time to come in, but he legit was trying to.
Yeah, I mean, that's not you, Deepak. We'll give him another shot. Alistair, you keep doing, you do the over talking and just say a bunch of weird stuff. I'll move you down. Come up here, Bunkin. What do you want to say?
While you're doing that, I would like to actually tell you, it might surprise you to know that I also hold to a pretty high Christology, Andrew. I tend to use like tourmaline and selenite the most. But they all have their role, like quartz.
Have you heard anything about like what color is it? Blue LED lights.
I actually don't know something about how life works in that field, but like that's not. I mean, you have to work all the time. I'm curious what you're.
What do you got? For what song were you?
It's just something I created in AI using poetry. But what I was trying to say is, imagine if you took like 1,000 Hindus to witness Jesus Christ, like in the way that Timothy did, where he said Lord and King and God. I mean, the Hindus would just go Krishna. And so it's like the deity manifested in a body. And so if you go to India, this energy, this power of this divinity is embodied in a multitude of symbols, whether it's the Ganesha or the little, dildo with the clitoris that they pour all their cheese and, sugars on. This is a symbol for an energy, and the same energy is this Christology that you're talking about. And it's something mystical and magical and powerful, and it's ancient. And this is what the heart of the Kabbalah is. It's an amalgamation of human history and interaction with this power, this mystery. And that's the Christology. So in many ways, like Jesus, if you do accept his divinity, it's here right now, meaning that like Andrew, the PTR that never changes, bub, the ambiguous, closeted, bisexual is.
I tried. Oh, it's just getting good.
And also, we don't talk about the giant Hindu clitoris.
We try to keep it sacred and talk about the clitoris. It's also, if I'm going to be closeted, let it be. Alistair, don't bring that out. That's very rude. And thirdly, I don't know what's up with you, Bob. One of these days we're going to have to get you up and have you.
Yeah, Bob. Got it, Bob.
Genocide is.
Oh, Bob, genocide. Oh, no, Bob. Holy cow, Bob.
Deepak, are you an anti-Semite?
Well, I'm not a Semite, so what does that mean?
The opposite of it, anti, basically.
Yeah. The law of non-country.
Yeah, that's good. We got Young up in the house. Jeff's here. Jeff, Illumi. So Illumi thought he had the kill shot there against Dave because he's like, "Do you believe God is a composite being?" And Dave's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah." Actually, Illumi's like, "We're done here."
Why is that?
Because you think that, like, what parsimony? What's going to be your argument? Oh, he's contingent.
Bob promised me that I would have my day, where you would have this kind of attitude, and I would be allowed to slay you completely.
Is he contingent upon his parts? Is that the problem you have, Illumi? Is that the problem?
Yeah, is that
a problem? No, it doesn't have to be that he's contingent upon his parts.
No. The actual problem, Andrew, is that he's he's ontologically the foundation for both diversity and unity, right? So mereologically, he has to be both one and many.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra.
Oh, Bob.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life.
I'm not using all your high metaphysics.
Abrahadabra.
I don't agree with the way you're characterizing
Giving the sign of teaching you
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell so that every spirit of a firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Close by vanishing.
I think this was omitted in W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
Giving a sign at each
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit whether on the firmament, or on the ether, or on the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
Every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. The adoration, impromptu, close by vanishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside
Hello?
My mother bore me with anger and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Green is the red triangle. Save it beyond. Remember college? Well, now college is over, and here comes your student loan debt. Is your private student loan debt keeping you up at night? You really need to talk to our
Three lines the garment of white, shone with gold. The flash in the eye that I wear.
I, my robe, I invoke thee.
Shine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the dagger of the internet.
By my crown I invoke thee.
My fingers travel on the beads of gold, so that I after thee in thy car of glory.
By my fingers I invoke thee.
I inside as keen as the hawks by my head, I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the 6, 11 of the voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name, O God, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Hamakis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, by thy name, Tom, hawk of the even crimson splendor.
master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering lord. Horus, Avenger. By the name of Ra invoking, hark of the sun, the glorious one. By the name Harmonies, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name now I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. Thy name tongue, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kepra, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy herald crack, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name Apollo, I invoke thee. O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By the name of Odin, I invoke thee. O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. Be by thy name Jeshua, child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy thee, I invoke. By thine own, thy secret name, holy thee, I invoke. The names are five. The names are six. 11 are the names. Behold, I stand in the midst line. Is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of jest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. By thine own, thy secret name, holy. By thine own, thy secret name, holy. Thy secret name, the names are six. 11 are the Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, Avenger.
romance. Beautiful child, stand before the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By the name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O who is on fire. By the name of Phoebus, that ridest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By the name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. Child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names. Behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of chest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Proud child and conquering lord. Glory, son, and child. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marcus, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name Ra, I invoke thee, O beat of the hidden mastery of silence, beautiful child, stand beside the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee,
Shit.
conquering
See
Lord,
there.
Avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, hear thee I invoke.
And
See
every day I
there.
invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the tether of the water. Nose upon is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Thou his garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Those menaced hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often, mountain of the sea. Thou who bearest the wand of double power,
Great rock. Yep. Great recommendation. Good, that's number. It was bold.
Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Organization affordability is a scam. Necessarily for Republicans, or is it?
We're just wondering if Republicans could do basic math. So we're asking, so Republicans have priority here, you know. Republican Alistair.
Rabboni Shalom, I'm so happy you're testing Republican mathematics skills. Maybe we can discuss how Democrats know nothing about taxation, economy, starting businesses. They're just parasites. They're socialist, communist parasites. I am complete. Go ahead, give me your basic math questions. What is 300 times 100? Go ahead. Hello? 300 times 100. 300 times 100, Democrats. I know, I'm asking you. What's 300 times 100? Hello?
I told you we should have kept the title Republicans are Dumb as shit.
You can't even tell me what 300 is times 100. Go ahead. Everybody's waiting. Hello?
100 is 30,000. So no, the next question is to you, Alistair.
Hello? Go ahead. Please proceed, doctor.
Sure. If something costs $100 and the price changes to $600, what percentage increase is that?
600% increase. Hello?
No, that's wrong.
What?
It went up 10x, right? What'd you say? 60 to 600?
No, it went from 100 to 600.
Okay, so it went up 6x. Hello? 600%. I don't understand. What's the question here? Hello?
That's wrong. Hello? That's incorrect. So you're going to take a thing from here.
Okay, please proceed, Rohan. What's your next mathematical question? Is the earth flat? And is the truth of the earth that at your birth and until your death? Hello? You know what a tax is? You know what taxation is? Hello? Are Democrats as dumb as shit? Scientists, I'm asking you.
So, T, do you want to answer my questions? Because this is terrible. You're going to the first one.
It's not manageable, but okay. Give it a shot. Let me just ask some questions here.
Let's move on.
It went up 6x. That's 600%. Hello?
So if you go from one to 100 to 200, what percent increase is that?
That's 100%.
It's
100%. That's a 100% ROI, brother. You know how to calculate an ROI? How do you calculate an ejaculate? Can you articulate and calculate? Can you articulate and calculate? It's not a lost cause, baby. It's called multiplication. It's called division. If you don't know how to use ChatGPT to calculate the market cap of Apple by making the total number of outstanding shares, the price of the share, to get the price to equity ratio, so you know when you do a comparative financial analysis, which company gives you the best bang for your buck, baby? Hello?
Alistair, you said Democrats were dumb as far as all these things.
Dumb as shit! They don't even know what taxation means, or inflation, or economic theory. They got no philosophy. Hello?
Alistair, do you know what a tariff is?
That's a tax. Hello?
It's a tax. It's a tax.
It's a tax. It's tax. Hello?
He's a lost cause. I wanted to ask him.
Rocket science? I don't know if he's still in the audience, but the formula is very easy. It is 600 minus 100 divided by 600.
That's why I say if I buy something at $1, or if I
Hello?
billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CCU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the test. Open the books, transparency. No! Public spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Elections. Black slaves a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist. A taxologist. All taxation is portability's a scam. Abortion. Greyhound. Buses. America. For profit. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending track of. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax.
So, would you rather that we be allies with Iran? So, yeah. So this is weird. Okay. So
Yeah, it's right.
That room used to be good. Yo, Red,
he's already talk show. He designed his room like a hate video. Superfluous chat that goes on with it. So a big reason it's boring is because he's thought those were right. Understand. So it was like Obama's not entirely bad. He was president of the nation. Maybe Jim were still here today. So he was.
Oh, LaHood. LaHood is the real artist. LaHood is the real artist. Do it.
And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed. 15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on. Hard work, patience, and a lot. And they own all the big media companies. And they own all the big media.
I'm going to show you exactly how I did it. Now watch.
Blessed be the heavens. We have witnessed a miracle.
No, it's not a miracle. Here, you try it. Push that button right there and run this over your hand.
I did this.
You did that, not me. Because it's the machine that heals.
The great healing was 700 years. Surely you are immortal.
No. Time just moves differently for my people than it does for you. For every 700 years that pass for you, only 11 days pass for us.
Kelly, we gotta go.
I'm a traveler from a faraway place who has impacted your world in a way that my people try to avoid at all costs. But I am not a god. We're living mortals, just like you.
Kelly, we really have to go or we're gonna be trapped here. I wish you good journeys.
I'm going to show you exactly.
Actions because we have confidence that it's a superior intelligence to our, monkey minds.
Bro, no.
If you're a small content creator, use the... If you're a small content creator, if you're...
Child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with.
Andrew, the PTR that never changes, Bob, the ambiguous, closeted, bisexual is. I tried. Well, it's just getting better. And they own all the big media companies. It's one house. There's no outside. There's only this thing called the inside. And we have crossed the Rubicon and pledged ourselves to regime change against these cocksuckers. This war isn't over until all their leadership is decimated and these nuclear bombs that they have been completely ripped from their grasp and all possible people. There's no such
see. It's just always been your way.
I had no other place to turn. I lost everything.
We lost Corliss.
I understand you have a new king.
A stranger casts a long shadow over this family. Your brother is also dead. In his haste to bury you and claim your seat, he stood before the king and denounced Mabel's sons as illegitimate. Daemon took his head for it.
Heedless ambition has always been a Valarian weakness. You are right, Magnus. I reached too far. And for nothing, our pursuit of the Iron Throne is at an end. We shall declare for no one. Story my point. Why are you after me?
You want me for my nap?
Well, then I'll make it permanent.
And they own all the big. What's the matter with you?
Your heart's pounding. Are you scared?
No, I just love being at work. It's exciting.
Truly tonight.
Howdy there, boss. You're doing dash today.
My whole life is I'm dedicated to saving these people. Their hearts fluttering.
Frank Rabbit. Why? You know, William, I know.
people. There's no.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering lord. Glorious avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name of Hafiz, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By thy name, Tom, hawk of the even, Texan splendor on the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. Oh, be told of the hidden mastery of midnight. When I heard a wolf or cry, Lord of silence, beautiful child, madness gone, the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O who is our Father. By thy name of Phoebus, that ridest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. Child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy, thee I invoke. The names are five, the names are six, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of the magnificence of chest, the mystery of dark. Thither I lift up mine eyes, this have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Proud child and conquering lord. Glorious avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning,
brilliance and splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. I invoke thee, O Kitover, and mastery of me, silence, beautiful child, stand the summit dragons of the deep. I invoke thee by thy name. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure, by the brightness I complete. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of love, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn of gold, the flashing of hay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark waves of music in the song that I made of old to evoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the sun I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sick. 11 of the voices, Abracadabra. Strike, strike the master chord.
capitalists are taxologists. Taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending track Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
You spent our paychecks with a smiling mask. All the care, all the change, all your past the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrow a mountain for a parking lot dream, sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red ink screen. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out with our fans. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and running. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contract, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. A whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while the public spending trucking in real time. Not enough for a walk on out of dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. The cash goes out with our kids. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and I'm running. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every beat.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to get money on. The CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a fraud.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Robert spinning trigger now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profit
Black tax, socialism, taxology, small taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to get the crony on profits. The CTUs are mafia propaganda. Organization of foreign melodies. A scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reparations and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal lie. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and
Free buses for abortions from out of state. Last season, they go on the streets and cause chaos. 413B, trying to give love to his body on profits. The FBI needs to arrest. Mayor Brandon Johnson has a deal for your propaganda. Affordability's a scam. criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see the way he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the neighbors. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago is taking back our Chicago. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces with his fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when he smokes. Courage in his back home, standing up to every fall. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago is taking back our shot. This is a city, not a headline on the street. This is a city, every promise, every dream. Gonna liberate Chicago, street by street, row by row. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the others, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago is come, take your shot.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incrustation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a bit of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, but not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The ye king has been
is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, give love, save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. Three is the garment of white, stone of gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Four is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. Six. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the sick. 11 of the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that gloried in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Formulated like father, and made fertile like that was garmented of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of thine was abased before thee? Thou menaced the universe with
Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book, transparency now. How much spending track on Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Go to care, go to change. While you pass that, your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrow a mountain for a parking lot dream, turning they all down and like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screen. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and everybody. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contract, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while the public's getting tracked in real time. Not enough for them, I'm going out of dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show them Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost $1.3 billion to get the money on the C2 is a market propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Parliament Johnson is a fraud.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Corona. Profits the CTU, some market propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, tax allergies on taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to criminal profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It's a scam. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reparations and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to its crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reversions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud, criminal who lies. Reverses socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reversions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man, is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repressions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam.
John Kitover. The Chicago man from today. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago where to hide. Go.com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago when it's later. Go.com. John. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2026.
praising him. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago wins. .com.
Thank you.